Hello, and welcome back to more blueprints. This is part 23, and I feel like these videos, just playing this game, like, has blown by. Like, I've had so much fun playing it, and it's a game that I haven't experienced a game like this in a while, where you, like, when you're not playing it, you're thinking about it, or like I want to go watch other people play it, and mostly play, the beginning stuff, just because I think it's fun to watch how people experience the game in the early stages, and I'm excited to watch people play these parts more, but I really want to discover these, the hidden story, the secrets, for myself. But this game has still, we're on day 42, going on day 42, still has a stranglehold on me. And last time we got to grade 8 in the classroom, which was awesome. We kind of learned some of the language. I literally sat here a little bit ago and spent some time trying to decipher what the message said, and to not great success. The way the words are put together is a little awkward, but I'm sure there may be some more clues at some point that'll help me kind of learn what else could be said. I am curious, Oven Navarre, and just making sure I have a good translation on that, which I believe, just from what I gather, means Ove means towards, Navarre means new future. So I guess the only part I don't quite have is the INN. I'm seeing if there's anything like that in the answers that the kids had, the 8th graders. Basically, just, I think what I'm gathering mostly just means, like, towards a new future, and maybe a nice nice saying that, to a better future, more or less, is how I would put that. And that kind of goes with, I think, partway through the last chapter, last episode that I recorded, I was talking about kind of the overarching story and what it means. And I think Oven Navarre is kind of what's symbolic of that. Like, what our mom did, the sacrifices she made, trying to steal the ruby crown, bring it back to Orin. I think our lineage, and I think we Simon has he has roots in all these different realms, and I think the story is what's trying to be accomplished is building a better future for the realms, for the 8 realms, bring them together again like they were before all the wars with Veneres, and maybe Simon, our character, is that piece that brings everyone together, because he excuse me, from what I can tell, has ties to most of the realms so far. Obviously to Arinda Ares, Veneres with his dad, seems to be from Veneres. Seems that we're Arajan with our grandmother's side. So I'm assuming we probably have ties to the other realms as well that we haven't quite discovered yet. probably on our I actually think it's on our great grandma's side where we are Rajan. Actually no, it's on our grandmother's side. On our grandmother's side, we might be something else. So I don't know. It's confusing. Some of the names are confusing. I may have had that backwards anyways. We'll get to it at some point. But I think that's kind of where the story is going, is that we might actually have Simon might be the best of, all the different realms, and he might be the way to bring things together. I could be totally off on that. I've been off on things already. But something I wanted to do, because I think I've been kind of going the last few days kind of aimlessly. And so I wanted to go through each of the houses again, or each of the rooms, and just mark down if there's something that I need to discover there, or that I'm not sure about. And what rooms maybe that connects to. So, like, I don't know, gallery, I still don't know. Obviously, room 8 we've never been in. The rest of these rooms, from what I can tell, I don't know if there's any further puzzles in the parlor or billiard room that I can immediately tell. So, the rest, not so much. Locker room is interesting. Maybe revisit that and just see if there's anything else that I missed with lots of keys. It's also just good to get items using via the locker room. Then wine cellar, I do think there's got to be something in the wine cellar. Hidden part? I don't know. Rumpus room. Anytime we can get the rumpus room is a good day. It's weird because the rumpus room is only standard, and I've only gotten it 4 times. And I'm pretty sure I draft it almost any time that I draw it. Vault. We know there's a key there. Sanctum key. We've not found a lot of vault keys recently. Office, I'm not so sure. Pantry, feel like there could be a secret there, but I'm not sure. Drawing room has the safe. Safe. Need a date. Study. Don't know if there's anything we need there. Library, we need to get that as often as possible. More books. Know there's missing information. Drafting studio. We want that because we want to get the last rooms officially added. Boiler room. What do we want to power on with the boiler room? Maybe the freezer? I don't know. Something that I want to write down is lab plus mailroom. I want to see if there's some letters we can get, and we haven't been able to do that. Combine for letters. I don't know if there's really much we need to do with the boiler room at the moment. Freezer plus the furnace, yeah. We want to get those close together. It's just good to revisit some of these. Any of the bedrooms. I mean, we could go to sleep in more of them. The other thing I was thinking about the bedrooms is that, like, I think it was the bunk room that she mentions that she fell asleep in. She slept in, and then the next day, there was a flower down on Simon's grave. And I wonder if maybe some of the other rooms that we've gone to sleep in, something has happened. We just don't know because we haven't found what that change is. So we may need to revisit, like, going to sleep in some of those rooms. Maybe revisiting those rooms or revisiting a room that was associated to the person. That's a tough one. What else? Morning room. I have no idea if there's anything else in the morning room. Like the greenhouse. We still need to break down that wall. Shops. We obviously want to get the bookshop for the last book. Anything with the red rooms. We did furnace. I mean, if we have to get the weight room, break wall. A clock tower, for obvious reasons. Kennel, I'm not even sure. Mechanarium and treasure trove. It'd be cool to find the lost and found. See what's happening there. And any of these schoolhouse is important. Tomb. Love to know about the shrine a little bit more. Okay, but I think that, at least for me, gives me some ideas to go off of. Been a little bit aimless at times, like not having any true goals. And now if I see any of these particular rooms, I can go, okay, I want to combo that. Like the tomb, getting the money, I could actually possibly combo that with the bookshop. Lots of money. I mean, there's plenty to do down in the tomb. Maybe we get the luxury room. We could buy some rare items. I think this is always a good start, though. There are some spots to dig. We're on day 42, which is just crazy. I do apologize if you hear the fan in the background. It's been super hot here. We did put that candle on, right? That's what opened this, I believe. We know the red rubies are actually what we're looking for. Here is this note again. We can grab the key. I think it's already unlocked, but permanently. Our diary. It was nice to see that it's the red rubies on the candles. That is actually what so if we had ended our last day in the bunk room, we could have had a flower there. We're gonna open this up just in case. Just trying to revisit places, hopefully with fresh eyes. For a staircase that maybe has a crack somewhere. So I've seen that picture before. Like this literally looks like it opens, no? How does that not open? Are there cracks anywhere? I don't think so on this. This doesn't look like that picture. Okay. Let's get started. We definitely want to stack up good rooms, good items. If we can get the clock tower early, that would be lovely. I do like the observatory early. Potential. Some really good luck. Okay, that is the dead end room. This is gonna be special flowers, which just means more gems. And this is everything is on sale today. So it's fantastic. I want to go straight here. I'm gonna get a special flower. As seen here. Wasn't gonna go in, but okay, we'll go back. I want to keep that going straight. This one I'm okay if it turns. Just can't go straight here with the workshop. Workshop is fantastic. It usually gives us a good special item here, and this time we get the sledgehammer. Okay. Could draft this room. Okay, it's gonna be a dead end. We haven't gotten the locksmith in a while. I'm actually kind of curious. It is a sale. We could get the lockpick kit for only 5. And then we can get a special key. Very cheap. Is it gonna be 6 or is it only gonna be 3? It's only 4. Got a silver key. Could be worse. And we got 3 keys for 6. everything's 50% off, although it says up to 50% off. So maybe not quite 50% off on all of them, but still pretty good. Okay. Still got a good amount of gold for later, potentially. Okay. Love to use the hallway somewhere else. So just take the bedroom. Another die. And a gem. Take the parlor here. Play our favorite parlor game. We also should already have 5 more gold, 10 more gold down in the tomb. Alright, the black box is not empty. The statement on the black box is true. A box with a false statement contains the gems. So, the black box is not empty. If this is true, then that means the gems are in here. The statement, so I mean that could be true. Is there anything that contradicts that? A box with a false statement contains the gems. So if this is true, then this couldn't also be true. If this was false, box with a false statement contains the gems. Then I think this couldn't have the gems in it. I don't think the gems can be in this box. So if this is true, a box with a false statement contains the gems, then that would make this false. And this could be true. The statement on the black box is true. So it's true, which means this is false. So this has the gems. Is there any other way that we get one specific box? If this says false, the statement on the black box is true, so that means this is false. So it's saying a box with a false statement does not contain the gems, or is it saying a box with a true statement contains the gems? Yeah, I don't think that works. I think yeah. So I think we're in blue, since it's the only one that's gonna be false in this scenario. Yeah, I don't think that other way worked at all. Okay, beautiful. Nook or chapel? I'm happy to get Nook here. Should also write down chess, in case we want to try and redo the chess puzzle. Right now we have a castle there. I love West Wing Hall. Gets us both up and down, north and south. So we could take a shop, or we could just take a dead-end bedroom. I think we just get a dead end in a dead end spot. Ooh, and the car keys. I don't think it's the greatest item anymore for us, but doesn't mean it's bad. Spread gems throughout the green rooms. We don't have a ton yet, so maybe save that. I'm happy with the dining room here. And if we get the garage north, That's actually not so bad. Yep, I will take the garage. I kind of thought we might. Because we can get all these keys. And we can get into the back. Okay. I like getting the key to the secret garden and a map, treasure map. Let's see where this is taking us. Looks like just one north of the garage here. Sandy Heights. So I'm gonna get back here before noon. Seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today. But you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Denny already has payment ready. So Denny was working with the driver, which I believe is Christoph. And someone else. Someone else wrote this, not Denny Remain. It's always interesting. Who else was working with these guys? I'm going to take a picture because I want to compare the handwriting. I'm just curious if we can find any handwriting that looks like this. Was who in cahoots with Denny and Christoph? Okay. We have 3 dice. This could be a very good day for us. I think we just take the boiler room. So there's not really anything we're that eager, but it does have good directions. Are we super eager for any power anywhere? I don't know if we really are. I almost just prefer to get rid of darkroom here. I would be happy to get the lab because I do want to combo the lab with the mailroom potentially. So just get rid of the darkroom. We won't have to draft in here at all. If we can get the lights back on, we can see what's happening in there. Not too worried about it. Okay, security. We don't want to lose half our steps already. Take security. $20 coins, that's all. Those are all down in the tomb. Do we want to check the film? Oh, that's not what we wanted. Data transfers. I still think at some point, maybe when we open Blackbridge, we'll be able to do a data transfer. I also typed in the wrong. So, 1993. I kind of want to watch the second. Or the most recent Rumpus Room.
As it was for
It's definitely a weird one.
I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish
Might even go watch some of the first ones too. There might be some
future.
things that I just didn't pick up on before.
The image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter in the courtyard. I see an old man sitting in an even older chair. A seat that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair.
All in the same chair.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alizara.
There's something about that chair.
Before the dawn the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Interesting. Let's do the first one again.
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
I do.
The image is becoming clear.
I do think that was us older though.
I see a boy standing
Like, look at that castle.
on a shore of white sand.
Is that the
He
old
is
castle?
looking for something. Something
Those are
he
the-
was told he would not find.
That's that box from the
I see a black cat
treasure trove.
tied to a red flag.
Black cat tied to a red flag.
I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a road moon. A door that is always locked yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen
dark waters.
by the great Alizara.
That looked like kind of the
Until the dawn of the following day,
oh gosh,
I will have nothing more to
underground. You can take the boat through that secret passage. That's what that kind of looks like. There wasn't a door there.
say. And as it was for
This was about the 7 red letters that, or the 8 red letters that will only find 7. Which I wonder if that's actually true.
face to face with the great Alzara.
I'm not rewatching the third one. That one freaked me
I
out.
suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, resting upon 8 penny stones. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just
Why?
like the art hanging on the walls of these
This just refers to the missing letter.
a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great elusive until the dawn.
Okay. Could use silver key here. I do actually kind of want a lot of doors here. So I might. Rough. Didn't exactly want gym, but I might end up taking it. Or we could redraw once. What would we prefer to have? I just don't want to burn all my gems right now. It's like gym. I'm running shoes. Come on, man. Does the red door mean it's gonna be okay? No. Drafting studio. It's costing us 2, but it's always good. We need to get more gems. Okay. Jackhammer. Definitely need more gems today. Okay, so we have the jackhammer. Is this not where the... Okay, I was gonna say, is this not where the treasure map is? Time to start digging with the jackhammer. Beautiful. Hopefully this gives us a buttload of gems. A lot of gold. How much exactly? 40. Okay. Well, I would love to get the library and the bookstore today. Is that like a little... Huh. Behind the desk there, it almost looks like a little... passage. Or like a little, you just barely see that it kind of looks like a hidden... Like, would you even... I don't know. Very interesting. I don't know. Maybe if you check something very specific, it like does something for you. I just don't know. Like, what can we check? We can check the treasure map. I don't know. Still don't know what the point of that is. Or this, I mean, the calendar tells us the date, but okay. I think we add the solarium probably. We'll wait on classroom last, since we've been able to be pretty good with it. That will mean that we'll have it any day. Yeah, this is actually the bookstore. December 18, 1993. I was going to be at 1994. I don't know what happens then. Okay. Lots of gold. Okay, I got a gem and a silver key. I think I want to work back now. Could try and open one. We could. Depends where I want the secret garden. Could spread food now that we're about to backtrack. That actually could be good. I don't hate that. Gather, excuse me, a lot of the food. Ooh, I'm gonna get some gems. At least a gem. And an apple. I feel like there could still be something about pointing these arrows a very specific way. That would potentially make it do something. Okay. Could burn chapel here. Could re-roll. I just don't want to burn both gems for the music room right now. Otherwise, I would just take the music room. Kinda. Okay. Could check out what's in commissary. We got good money. We got a sale. Maybe it's a bunch of gems. As it is. Definitely grab as many of these as we can. Beautiful. I don't necessarily need the keys at the moment. A little one. Okay. And now we have plenty of gems. We're gonna have to drill. We just get some more gems this way. Okay, well, we're loaded. Jeez. That ain't bad. Spread gems in each green room. We could get a couple dice. I'm cool with a couple dice. We got dinner. Okay. I hear you, buddy. I hear ya. You guys want a good view of the kitten? There's he is. A little Kaiba cam. Just gonna save this little bit for now. Okay, I do want the lab, but I don't want it here. Redraw. Just want something that goes to the left. At the very least. So these are the candles there. Still lit. I really truly believe there's something behind that. This like lowers or something. Just don't know. I hear ya, handsome. For a little bit. Okay. Says, yeah, I'm trying to play too. And you are ignoring me. Okay, we have plenty of gems. Hi, buddy. We could take a major and a minor key. You guys can see him right now. I see you, bud. I see you. Prison key, cool. Pause. Alright. Kitten has been taken care of. He'll probably be back in here in 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes of peaceful gameplay. What is this note? Denoted inverse. Like, I don't think it's referring to the actual treble clef on here. I feel like it's referring to something else, and I just... Among this scattered symphony, a message hidden beneath the keys. Bold words sung by you and me, a fractured note, an urgent plea. In bold words sung, I do repeat. The ones of you who oft assume that you alone can solve this tune are likely going... Yeah, I was right. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Time it. Are likely going to get your due in all the rage that will ensue while working on this simple clue. White pages lined with melodies do hide the words we've come to seek. And from our choice among all these, we write down one that seems to be the loudest type with ink that bleeds. I feel like there could be another hidden message in here. I know it's the first words, but like... Not sure. Noted in verse. Is that inverse or inverse? Like reverse. What do we even want to get here? Conservatory. Not a terrible room. Just these. Conference room. I think I'm okay with it being a little bit more common. It's got 3 doors. I don't know if it even costs anything, and just being able to spread stuff like and have it more often is actually pretty good. So, corridor, I think I'm good to just go a little bit less likely, and then I think secret passage is good. At least guarantees you're gonna have another way forward. So, do that. I think we made them all standard. Not too common, but gotta die. Sweet. I really would like to get the library today. Standing at the library. Freezer furnace combo. Library for the bookstore would be fantastic. I'm gonna redraw. Okay. In this case, we will take the lab. Especially if we can combo it. Yes. Okay. Whenever you draft a shop room, whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. A little bit of a look in the mailroom. I want that. For each bedroom you draft after your second. Or whenever you draft a shop room. Not sure how many shop rooms we're gonna get. I can definitely guarantee I will spend... Okay. Gotta get the mailroom. Can we even do the prison key? I don't think so. Yeah, it can't be blue. Okay. Don't like any of those, but passage. Well, mail letter has been delivered to the mailroom. Okay, so it has been delivered there. We don't even have to have the mailroom yet. That's nice to know. More gems. More dice. Okay. More gems. Jeez. Okay, we're locked and loaded. Oh, I want the library, but I want to have access to. I mean, we don't have to necessarily get it at the bookstore this round, this day. I do want to guarantee that I check out a book. So, Curse of Blackbridge probably. We could do Architectural Digest Volume 5. I think I want to read The Curse of Blackbridge. For sure. Also, we have the drill. Is there anywhere to dig here? Come on, man. What is that arrow pointing at? There's no way this is just randomly here. Right? I have the jackhammer. I thought I'd be able to like slide past this like other rooms. Sometimes you can kind of squeeze past things that don't look like you can. Is it up there? Maybe it's up top. Check up there. There's very clearly an arrow there. Wow, total rooms drafted 1,241. Wow. I hear you, bud. I hear ya. I haven't had an upgrade disc in so long. Handsome boy. Okay, we're back. We gave the kitten some attention. He's doing good now. So, I still really feel like there's something here. Top 3 check items, diary key, car keys, lucky rabbit's foot. My favorite floor plans, bookshop. Can't seem to ever pass it up. Can't ever seem to get it. Just unfortunate I won't be able to get it this round, but most time spent in library. Yeah, that makes sense. Hence why I'm here. Missing one contraption. Just need to draft one more classroom to take my final exam. Ah, damn it, I knew it. That's frustrating. Oh, we were so close, okay. That's crazy. We just didn't have keys. That was super, super sad. Lasted another day. So, she was sitting here. 100%. He's over here. Reading a book. Really feel like he was like about here. And he walks over. Boom, puts it down. She's sitting here. So what could this arrow be pointing at? Is there another arrow that it's pointing at that could point me in a different direction? You know, that is not an accident. That's why it's tripping me out. I swear if there's like a hidden microchip piece in the last book that I open, the very last book that I get, so I still got Curse of Blackbridge, I still got Drafting Strategy Volume 5, and then I've got a new, what is it called? A new clue. There's no dig spot, it appears. No hidden books here. I don't know. Okay. We could go do this real quick, which isn't a bad idea. Excuse me. Should just go open room 46. We'd go in there. We'd grab the blue crown. Also, I think this always stays open, no? Yeah. I think it does. Which is very nice. Should double check number of doors we have open. We do have 4. We've just done 2 of them. We haven't done Raja or whatever this one is. Which I don't think I know them 100%, so I'm not even gonna like try and guess my way through those ones until we found more information. We could maybe like, I don't know, I think the stamps are actually important for that. Like telling the weather or type of place they are. So we could check our book and just look at the stamps again. We're missing 4 stamps still. Running shoes would be clutch. Might as well take it. Nice. So, I always forget what it does. The first time you draw a red room while drafting, you may remove it from today's draft pool. If you do, gain 1 gem and redraw floor plans. I know where the 8 realms are, I just don't know the order with which he traveled. Maybe that brings up her statue? I don't know if we complete that. This is ours, which has the musical notes. I kind of want to take a picture of this. So that's Sinclair. House Sinclair. That's Epson. She's a combination of Epson and Sinclair. And I am a combination of Epson, Sinclair, and Jones. Maybe that's just Jones. Musical note. There's a treble, cut off treble clef. And that one says, in the music room it says, denoted in verse. Simon, Grandpa, Lady Epson, Grandma. Secret room is not as secure as you thought. We have your letters. 8 letters, 8 payments, 100 gold, instructions to follow. What's kind of crazy is I have not even drawn the gallery in forever. I think the game knows I have no clue what I'm doing with it, that it just... Oh, is that just, am I just opening the drawer? I was like, what am I clicking on? Weird. Okay. What did I want to check? These. So we have red, we have Morajai, which is white. The White Shores, Morajai. And then we know Renda Aries is black. Nuance is green. Marjai is Seafarers, but I don't think we know the rest of the... We know color, we know Seafarers, we don't know, like... No, we know the color, but we don't know the little lines and exactly how they're supposed to lay out, so... Okay. Got that done. Treasure trove, which would cut us off from the top corner, but that's not the end of the world. Okay, I think treasure trove is always good to get right now. Okay, we did read. Oh, this is a red one. The previous box in this room contained a true statement. It's handwritten. It's red, but it's handwritten. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was true anyways. So the true treasure of the trove is not in the house. Okay. Red, handwritten. The previous... I don't know if this actually tells us anything though. Box. This room. Interesting. Okay. Makes sense to me. Here's that chest that we saw in that. We saw even like the knight's armor. Like, I think this all has to do with the castle that's buried underneath, or the ruins of that castle that are buried underneath this house. This house is like, I think I've been saying this house is the castle. I think it was maybe built on top of the castle, or it's an extension of it. I don't know. But there seems to be more. This whole thing, like there could be a whole freaking castle underneath us. I don't know. That would be crazy. What would we want the pool for? Sauna is good. You're more likely to draw unusual and rare rooms while drafting. Do we actually want that? What rare and unusual unusual rooms are we looking for? Take the pantry for now. I'm gonna look and see like what unusual rooms going on, because we've changed kind of the level. Like this is rare. Okay, so we could want the freezer maybe. Room's unusual. Okay. So maybe I should try and grab that. So we want the mailroom. Freezer wouldn't be bad. What are the other rare rooms we want? Radio drafting studio. Okay, if we get that opportunity again, we might take it. This is only standard, which is crazy. Vault. Ballroom's unusual. Trophy room's rare. And it's free. Gallery's rare. That's why we haven't gotten it much. Attic's rare. Oven is unusual. Storeroom's unusual now. I think I changed it to being unusual. Foyer's unusual. Green hall's unusual. Passageway's commonplace now. Unusual. Yeah. Awesome Found is unusual. Awesome Found says, whenever you enter this room, you will lose one random inventory item. There's always been a history of things disappearing on the estate, including this very floor plan, which had been lost for many years itself and missing from the directory. Now that it has been found, some long-lost items from Mount Holly's past might finally resurface. Turns out the oft-rumored treasure of Mount Holly was more than just a rumor. Going under all obstacles, the tunnel pierces through walls and rooms alike. This crudely excavated passage looks to be the work of someone determined to get where they're going, regardless of whether the house floor plan is accommodating or not. Solarium, a quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. I think I've read that. I never read Gallery. A small chamber dedicated to the exhibition of art, ideal for showcasing smaller series and collections. Before his passing, H.S. Sinclair personally selected the artwork that was displayed here each year, purposefully omitting the composition titles to leave the interpretations of each piece for the viewers themselves to realize. Yeah, I have no idea where you're going with that, Uncle Herbert. Uncle Herbie. We can do the silver key here and then have a variety of options. Do we have a lot of mechanical rooms? Probably not. We might have a few. We have one. We have two. 3, 4. It's 4. Could be worse. Wasn't exactly what we were going for this round anyways, so we're just closing it now. Oh. Okay. Move from today's pool. No, I want the lost and found. Are you kidding me? Alright, let's see what happens. We might lose something good. I just hope it's not the jackhammer, really, of everything. Every time you enter this room, you will randomly lose an inventory. So we haven't lost anything yet. But I think we need to go and check it out. So, we could go all the way to code check, put something away, but lost your prison key. Okay, could be worse. Nice. Rabbit's foot. Upgrade disc. Love that. Haven't seen one of those in a minute. Ooh, we've got a Morajai. There's a pawn in here. Is there any lore? Mila. Her name is Mila. Take a picture of these together. Mila, and that is a part of a realm sigil. Okay. What is that color? Let's see if we have the picture of that color, so we'll actually be able to tell which one that's talking about. That looks like pink. So this looks like a picture. One of the few that we don't even know much about. Vera. Based on this, they are a spiritual. They have a spiritual mode, so it's a spiritual society. Who has to do with the like praying, an elevated reverence for nature, animals, and the forces that guide us. So Mila maybe has to do with animals. Maybe the dogs can tell us something. And then it has the wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. The scorched air and blazing sun cause the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. Okay. We could almost solve that if we got another key. We could. I think we've got just about everything. We don't have necessarily the directions of the lines, but we can probably guess that. Of the rays. We've got the core. We have the weather. The moats. The border. So all we would need to do is figure out the rays from this. Seems like it could be doable. Alright, let's solve this. So we're trying it all pink. Okay. Oh, interesting. Just kind of move around each other. It's terribly difficult. There was that one that was so difficult I could not figure out because there were so many colors. I still haven't reattempted that one, but sweet. Okay, so Lost and Found is good. We got a Lucky Rabbit's Foot. We got an upgrade disc. Still got a lot of rooms to explore too. really need the mailroom though. We got lots of gold. This will be the time we actually win. I could wager 20, 100. Wow, you can get a lot for. If you can bet 100. Still haven't won yet. Still haven't won. Feeling like it's kind of rigged. 0 for 3 is crazy. We don't have the prism key anymore. I was gonna say we could try the prism key. I'm gonna go with the walk-in closet here. Choose 2 gems. Coupon book. Potential for a little bit of something back there. Space-wise. I mean, like, look at that. That doesn't even look like it should fit there. That part of the shelf. Neither does that. That's how they get everything to everything looks like it is out of place sometimes. Drives me nuts. But I love it. Okay. Well, we have 2 ways to keep going through. Okay, I like the drawing room because we can redraw a bunch. I think I'm really looking for the mailroom at this point. This chair also is like referred to a bunch by the Great Telzada. What is it about this chair? It's very interesting. Could take the solarium and try and get the rare. It's not terrible. Let's see that. Bridge it for that. More gems. We're cooking on gems. Okay. Really want. Could do aquarium. And that just gives us access to both ways. We could redraw. just gonna take it. We have 6 rerolls now. I think we really, really want at this point to try and combo the mailroom. Showroom's not bad, but we're gonna redraw. Study now. Remove that, we don't have to redraw. Locker room. Poop. Come on. Come on, baby. Shoot, we could take sauna now. We have 1 chance at the, we have 2 rolls. Frustrating. I feel like we always can't get what we want. Also, I'm seeing those arrows on the clock. You see that? It's like a little triangle almost, but not quite connecting. Very weird. It's like a horizontal line and then a curved line, like. Okay. This would be really, really nice to get. You know, it's a rare room. It's unusual. Ah, the freaking clock tower, man. Always at the end when I don't need it. I mean, observatory conference room connects us. There's not really anything we need the conference room for, so we just do observatory and see what other luck we can get today. Keep our luck climbing. It's really too bad. Twins, slice. Maybe those. I was gonna say, when a letter will be delivered to the mailroom. Okay, maybe that's just in general. Maybe I've been tripping thinking I had to get it today. Maybe I should have just been doing that all along. So what else can we do? Go to the coat check, drop off an item for sure. We could go to workshop and just see if anything we have combines. I don't think it will. Oh, we need to do our upgrade disc for sure. So we'll go here, boom, we'll hit workshop. We will... Even freezer would have been nice to end that day. I don't think we ever saw the freezer on any of those final rooms. Just too bad. We are gonna have 90 steps tomorrow with the sauna. coat check. Go to security. One room short of a full house. That's okay. We should have 2 letters delivered to the mailroom. It's taking us a while to ever do that. Yeah, I mean, all in all, pretty good day. Still figuring out what we need to do. Okay, sledgehammer cannot be combined. Running shoes. It's interesting how like running shoes are an option, but they don't actually combine with anything, from what I can tell. Neither does the coupon book. Okay. So none of these combine. Just find it funny. So funny. Hilarious. Okay. We have the chest here too. More gems. More gold that we can't spend. I don't even know what we could spend any of this on. We don't have any of the like. We have the casino. But all that's doing is getting us more money, which we in end just lose, so. And there's a ton of gold in the tomb, I totally forgot. It would have been actually really nice if we had gotten the bookstore or gotten the luxury room. Just gotta be so much gold down there. The showroom, not the luxury room, but plenty of steps. This was exciting to upgrade something. Guest bedroom. Normally gives us just 10 steps. A hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. Quest bedroom. If you enter antechamber today, add 2 to your allowance. Or the Geist bedroom. 2+2 if you have tomb on the estate. +2 dice. It's a hidden effect of a random bedroom in draft pool. Sounds kind of exciting. 4 dice. Sounds kind of exciting. A random effect, like that could be anything. I'm not sure if I'm thinking I'm pretty good on gold for the most part. So I don't necessarily I would do the allowance one, plus you have to get to the antechamber, which isn't a guarantee. It's not as hard as it was, but the Geist one is nice. I mean, you just get 2 dice and potentially 6. Plus it usually has a gem in it, or you get a hidden effect. Kind of want to do that. I feel like that could be so many things. It could be absolute garbage, but I'm feeling spicy. 2 trunks. Yeah, those are in the pool, I think. It's fine. 40 coins. Wish I could order more things. I haven't got a magnifying glass in a fat minute, but I'm trying to think what's more. Yeah, it's just a magnifying glass. It's been more difficult to find lately. I want to see if what it combines to make for our last. Check. What do we want to check? Lucky Rabbit's Foot or Crown or Blueprints even? I think I still want to keep the jackhammer just because you need 3 different 3 different items to get the jackhammer. Okay, we only got one more thing to even grab, which is the classrooms here. And what else do we want to do? We did security, we did code check. Is that it? Might be. Just want to make sure we didn't forget anything else. Workshop. I just wonder if like there's any crazy dig spots that you have to have that drill for. These all have names. That last one we took a picture of, her name is Mila. The broom. She's like the maid. I think that's her. That is Mila. We know that's the Rhina. I don't know if I know the rest of the names. Don't know why they're important. Probably will be at some point. If they're naming them. Anything they do in this game is probably important if they do it, it's probably important. Work there. Chef de camp. Major effect on temperature in the house, and even more so in rooms in close proximity to it. Excuse me. Whew. There's one more dig spot right there. What if this was the secret dig spot? I just kind of want to go back down and look at some things before we go the next day, which we will probably play another day here. I also want to look at which color I randomly decided to open. Which door I randomly decided to open, because it actually happens to be page Vera, which I don't think it was. I think it was more a Jai. But if it happened to be Vera, we could actually open it. Yeah, it's more a Jai. Vera's this one. I do think we should open this one, not last. Which is Nuance. What the hell? The fact that this is just down here is crazy. This game is pretty wild for this. Did we? Does it not save it? It's fine. Free gem down here, so if I've got to remember, if I'm ever like one gem short, then we can get down here. There's got to be a way to get down there now. They wouldn't just show this to me. This looks like the vision from the Great Alzara. Like we were walking towards this almost. So first 4 binders are that most of the crew eyes would run to be works. Border was the same pitch as the Summons Captain found it in a dark trim floor plan with ill-fated or India. He found an authentic black print. The sooner we seal this back up, the better for us all. They were scared. So this has been buried. So that's the castle probably that they've been talking about. they thought was like the other building that our mom's side, mom or grandma's side of the family kind of originated. That's crazy. So that's that way. So how do we get down there? What seems to be logical? Look at this map. It's back here. Right? It's right where we're at, underneath right now. It's crazy how they made it so you can't actually, it doesn't look like there's anything there. But pretty certain if we turn it, it's there. It's right above us here. So out this way. Somewhere. How the hell? I hear you, buddy. I went and hung out with you and you left me. You left me. You're the one who didn't want to hang out with me. Yeah, you did that. Now that I'm doing something else, you're upset. I know. It's crazy how that works. Off. Please. It's ridiculous. Okay. So if I were to guess, it would be in this general direction. Is there a wall we can break there? Kinda. Stop. Alright. So maybe there's something on that side. I don't know. We don't have our sledgehammer. We have a sledgehammer, we don't have the power hammer, but I don't know. maybe one of these walls could be broken. They don't really look like it, but... Look at how that beam is just into the wall. So random. I don't know. But I really want to go to the next day because I want to get the... get the library, and I want to get the mailroom. Because both just contain more information. So I think we've kind of done everything we wanted to. We put our item away. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we'll just call it even with 39 steps. So many gems. If we could get the freezer, that would have been perfect at the end, but I don't think there's anything else really for us to buy. So yeah, we're gonna call it a day. Unfortunately, but I really want to read about Blackbridge Grotto. Maybe that'll give us some sort of a clue as to how to find the third piece. We get one new room, the Lost and Found. We're getting closer on rooms. 2 letters waiting for us. Day 43. And we get the extra 20 steps, so this could be a good day. This could be a big day for us. Maybe I'll... Ooh, hidden effect of a random bedroom in your graph pool. Let's do that early. Screw it. Oh. Oh. This is different. Guess the bedroom and win. You may only make one guess. Guess the correct bedroom to win an unknown prize. You may only make one guess per day. Only bedrooms in your draft pool at the time of drafting. Guess bedroom should be considered. The question prize wall will not be announced. Your guess is as good as ours. All guesses are final. The prize will not be oh my god, okay. Alright, let's pick something. Could be hovel. Dormitory. Let's go... I don't know. Nursery? Could go nursery. That's hilarious. Alright. How funny. We're going with the nursery. The only downside is now there's no more items in here, it looks like. So we missed out on that, but... hilarious. This game never ceases to surprise me. Alright, schoolhouse. I guess we're doing it. Schoolhouse is gonna get me again. Can we get... We had to do it in the most weird way last time to get to 8, so hopefully we can do it a little more normal. Let's roll. Each time you enter dormitory after drafting. I mean, we get a ton of steps from this, but I just don't really want it there. We're gonna read. Okay, classroom going left is pretty good. Library. Hell yeah, brother. We want this book so bad, I'm willing to sacrifice anything for it. Okay. Curse of Blackbridge. By Redford Ewing. I'm scared what this could mean. Forward, the legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. The Grand Realm. I don't know if I've heard the Grand Realm. I'm assuming that just means the whole overall world. All the different realms. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often valued their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take an easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. Talking a lot makes me congested. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch. And upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steeds slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought to not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions of the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farce. I know it would be like facetious or seem, I don't know, farcical. I've never seen that word before. Farcical, maybe? Like a farce. I just didn't expect it to be spelled like Cical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy. Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. I know, and what luck I found them. I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number. The driver bent down for a closer look. And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far. Jesper replied with a scripted... I have no idea where this story is going. I'm just gonna be honest. I have no clue, like, where it's going, what the relevance is, but I'm interested. Jesper replied with a scripted response, a little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage. So I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. This is long. Lord. The driver chuckled. That's okay. We got all day. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket, and at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Oh shit, okay. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. Damn, he's cold. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. I'm stupid. I totally read that wrong in my head. I didn't even pay attention to the fact that it said through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. I hear you, buddy. I just, he didn't actually kill him. I thought he just stabbed him when I heard when I read the dagger and turned by his throat. I literally just went, oh fuck, he just cut his throat open. No, he didn't. Okay. Anyways, reading comprehension. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand, cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands. A concession, I assure you, of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept. a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not the liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat. A large wooden lockbox. What's he gonna find? Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Orindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Interesting. Oh, what are those symbols? Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. This is a cursed box. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, "There is no key to that box." Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that box had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Excuse me. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up. Somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed." Jesper carried the effigy over the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is this? What is it?" "That's one," feeling his disappointment. "What is it?" "That's one." Feeling his disappointment rising in anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. "One what, you mumbling agenter? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person?" The man did not seem intimidated. "One pace." He paused for effect. 12 more and he will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure and now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him. The answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. Wow, this is long. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be one of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Holy crap. Part 2 is Below the Black Bridge. This is the longest book in the whole thing. Okay, it's just 2 parts. No hidden thing in here, unfortunately. Maybe it'll tell us something about... I don't know. I'm not sure what it's telling us yet. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered she was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. Interesting. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern, as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. Okay. Oris and Reddington, got it. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers pass. I just realized my camera's so low right now. I'll just adjust that real quick. Ensure that travelers pass by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Got it. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head for a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Via held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. So this is back, obviously, when Arinda Ares was there instead of Fen Ares. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. So he's probably saying, go, not go. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, the kid slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. It's Jesper. The gang's chieftain, Joffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. Yeah. You can see this sigil for Linda Aries right there. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords. Marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Miller woke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. So these guys... Okay, so these guys were patrol, and then they heard... So they accidentally killed Jesper, but they made too much noise, so these guys found out where they were because of that. That was what that meant. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Joffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carrier. Oh, no, that's not it. Joffrey Heartslasher. 2 bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls have forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. Yeah. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Okay. So what the fuck was that? Also, there's that again. The berry picker. I mean, is there anything I would need? Maybe those symbols? Like, look at those. The magnifying glass. I guess I'm confused what that even means for us. Damn, I can't do vault. Could do freezer, but we'd have to make sure we get... How weird. We didn't get the bookstore. It's also a bummer. What the heck is this? 50. The inkwell. You may spend stars to draw new floor plans. The fuck is... This is cool. This is not ever talked about. You may spend stars to draw new floor plans. Okay. Like permanently spend them? That didn't tell me anything about actual Blackbridge. That's the thing. Like, I thought there maybe... I guess that's the biggest annoyance. About that whole story is like... It's an interesting story. But what the hell was the point? Okay, well we can spend... Ah, it's kind of crazy to redraw. Is that just today? It's kind of busted. Okay. Interesting. Is that gonna like... I feel like it's gonna... It's like my overall actual removal, if that makes sense. Like I'm losing permanently, like reducing my stars. So we want to be careful about that. Could redraw here. Could do the office. We don't have gold for it. We don't have the gems for it. Running shoes and a die. I mean, we should be able to just cruise through this then. Magnifying glass. Like that. All these redraws too. Let's get a redraw. Free redraw. Nook is good too. Might have to go Nook soon because we don't want to burn. We already have like a lot of locked doors, yeah. A little sketchy. Always unlocked. No shovel, no sledgehammer out here. Come on. Okay. Okay, I will take the nook here, I think. Just knowing I need a couple keys. Commissary at some point, probably good. Let's see. Can redraw. Need something that goes straight across. So I don't want to burn my only gem. Commissary would be good. Conference room is good. Let's do commissary, hoping that we can buy some gems potentially. Nice. Yeah. Beautiful. Well, the nursery have the special. That was the one that we were looking at. I don't want to do it here though. Do observatory again. Oh. Apples are extra delicious. Diamond. Extra steps. We get a key. Sail and more gems. Okay. Yeah, that's why the observatory is actually kind of busted as far as with how high I have it now. Just loot, general loot that I get. It's kind of insane. Let's redraw. I'm good with the conference room here. Security. Just the two trunks. Oh, we're missing a sledgehammer and a treasure map? What the heck? Where did we not see those? Okay. What do we want to get here? Could redraw. We just take the gems, the parlor game. Let's redraw, see if we get like a good... Plenty of steps. We have the battery pack. If there's a sledgehammer around, we actually could potentially get the sledgehammer, power hammer built. We have 5 classrooms. Plenty of steps. Greenhouse. Nice. Metal detector is really good. Oh, we can actually... actually combine metal detector potentially and the magnifying glass. See what that does. If that is actually the combo. So we're missing sledgehammer and a treasure map. The heck did we miss those? Oh, there's the treasure map. Just don't usually look here anymore. Way up there, okay. Where's the sledgehammer? Did I just miss it in here? Am I blind? I think this is where it would be, but maybe it's in one of the classrooms and I just didn't notice it. I think our metal detector would be going off though. The heck is it? Let's see. Magnifying glass. It is work. Burning glass. Do I want to? I think I can buy another magnifying glass, so. Oh, hell yeah. Almost got a trophy. Trophy of invention. Sweet, our third trophy for creating all 8 contraptions in the workshop. Can light candles like night fuses. Oh, okay. Cool. So that's just the like torch thing that I had built so many days ago. So this is just probably the original way to do it, and then you can potentially get it by having the armory. Okay, so there is a way to get that. That's nice to know. Don't necessarily have to have the armory now to be able to get to light candles, essentially. Where is this damn sledgehammer, though? Like backtracking so hard, but also I'm getting quite sleepy, so eyes are starting to hurt a little bit. We're gonna power through though. Where is that sledgehammer? I actually have no clue. I think I just walked through every room. Except for maybe the nook. Dude, what if it's all the way in the schoolhouse? I didn't walk in there. I swear. I do have the running shoes, so we could do it. If it's just been in here the whole time, man. this. So I was right here. I looked and didn't see it. Oh. Thank you. Security. Okay, we can get chests open. If we get a lever, we could actually build the power hammer. I know there's this chest. Where's the other one? No gems. Okay, look for candles. Red ruby candles. These are not. Okay, we can go this way. Good redraw. The kennel. Forget it. Kennel's good, especially if we get a shovel and just save keys. Buddy. There's gotta be something with the dogs, man. Like, there's no reason you just... I mean, there could be a reason you just pet them just because they're dogs and they're cute, but I feel like there's gotta be something. Could redraw. So many redraws. I actually want to do the bunk room, but not there. Solarium. Nice. It's actually a busted freaking constellation. Alright, algebra. Just keep doing classrooms. Could, or I could. I probably should have just taken the aquarium. Coat check. I could burn the gems for the cloister. Actually, not too worried about that. For the greenhouse. More like a dark greenhouse. Hi, buddy. I hear ya. Locked in right now. I'll pass. Okay. It's grade 8. I also should take a picture of this, because I have no clue if these are... Like, Nevdow is
definitely used a lot in that. It's just something like New Day, Nev Dao. It's a new day. Ajlor is first word. Olgo is I don't know. Olgo. Question mark. Olgo? Ol? You will go? You'll go? Maybe? Buddy boy, I love you so much. You're driving me up the walls. What's up, buddy? We're so close to accomplishing this, my friend. We're so close. And we're gonna take... Mike was disconnected. Had some craziness with the kitty, but we did just do grade 8, so... Compass. I've been getting a lot of items this round. What do we want to do? We don't necessarily need that door open with the cloister. We could do the dormitory. Burn that here, or... Yeah, I'm okay with that. Maybe we should get way more, I would think, no? All the different rooms we've... Oh, security keycard is clutch. Okay. Where's security? It's all the way back over there. We could walk it back and turn it back up to high. That'll hopefully help us with the total number of keys we're gonna... Yeah, I know we're gonna need a lot of keys here soon, so... Maybe? Yep. We're probably gonna need a lot of keys, so... It's so funny how this classroom's like... exactly how a classroom would be if they were all like gonna be sitting watching a slideshow projector. It's hilarious. Do we have to like pet every dog? Maybe that's the key. I think we've pet 2 of them. Can we get to security this way? Yes, we can. Here's our other. There's a key. Beautiful. Could buy more keys here. Sheep. Okay. Let's check what we have. I'm gonna turn up the security high. Hopefully we get more of those rather than key cards. Or more than those than locked doors. We have the... we didn't change that to unlocked. Which doesn't really matter. In the end. Because in the end... Okay, we can go up this way. Mailroom. I really want mailroom, so I'm going to do it. We have doors. We're taking it. We're getting these letters. I don't know if they're going to be useful in any way, shape, or form. But we have 2 new letters. Yay! With stamps! Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I am the lead lab technician at Cinca, and I have worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on the small spikes and radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside. All off-site connections to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. There has been much speculation among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported that you have been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write to you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we are rooting for you. Best of luck on the experiments, and if you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Thanks, Randolph. I would love that. But how do I... I want to look at the stamp. Why can't I not? Why can't I look at the stamps? Hey Simon, it's Randolph again. At my last letter I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password so that you can log into it. Even with all off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to use the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find very useful. The network password is Swan Song. Happy hunting, Randolph. I'm so confused why I can't see the front. Maybe... since I don't have a magnifying glass anymore. I don't know. Oh my god, brother. As people begin to continue watching this, it'll be a running joke with that kitten. He's the sweetest boy, but he wants to... I would close this door, but it's so freaking hot in here. I need the fans blowing cool air in, so... Okay. Well, those were... I mean... I get a stamp out of that if I have a magnifying glass, which I turn into the burning glass, but I'm sure those letters will stay there, so I can always check that. So that's good. We can come back and get that stamp for, I think it was Arch Aries. Okay. Now on to getting to take the exam. Hello, buddy. If we get the lab, we can always do more experiments. And hopefully get more letters. I'm assuming they're all going to be from Randolph at this point, but I don't necessarily want to turn the power on right now. Gold key, gem. I just want to get the classroom, whatever it is. Could spread money. Could go secret passage. Spread some money. We haven't been in this room in a while. Who was this letter from? Oh, this is X. I want to find my letter. Besides, I'm sure another red envelope was the last thing you expect to find on her desk this week. No, we are not making more demands. No, we don't have copies of the other letters. They were principals. I forgot what this said. Sellers intend to clarify some of those points, and hopefully we'll place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal is never to terrorize, despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your young nephew. I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impressions we heard the answer was only meant only in the very vague something hurting his social prospects. And yes, well, we admit that one word choice might be questionable enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse of being intentionally misleading. Hope you believe us when we tell you that this was a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Liberal defense can be answered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of every letters was entirely unintended. We want on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience for everyone on this X. Marks the spot, and the 8 is turned sideways. So that's the final letter. So yeah, okay. If we can get a lever, we can actually break that greenhouse door open, which would be sick. Might as well spread gold in the estate. If we end up needing gold for any reason, we can pick some up. Laboratory. Yeah, or solarium. I think we'll do laboratory. Maybe we'll get some more experiments where we can get more letters. Darn. Gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. We do need keys. So, how many halls do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And we'll get 2 keys every time we eat an apple now. That's kind of why I saved some apples. I think I may save 1 apple, but no, we know where 1 is. So, that's good enough. And we might find more apples. Wanted to get some more letters from old Randolph, but it's okay. So, Where the hell? Is our last classroom. Our study room, or whatever room. Freezer. I just don't want a dead end here. Gallery. We haven't had that in forever. Could do the billiard room. That's just annoying. It's weird that it's changed the order now of operations. 16 minus 15 is 1. 16 divided by 2 is 8, minus 1 is 7. I think it's doing them based on where they appear, like the order they appear now. From inside to outside. Maybe that's what it just is. Maybe that's always been the order of operations and it's just usually been minus. But let's try this. 1 times 20 is 20, times 2 is 40, minus 1 is 39, divided by 13 is 3. That works. I'm good with a couple keys. You have a boiler room. I believe I do. Might as well eat up. Beautiful. Any candles? Any lightable candles? Going once. Lost and found. Kind of risky. Is there anything I really don't want to lose? Treasure trove. It's even better. Like burning all of our keys is a little sketch. 2 realms have the same color banner. Come on, man. We know that's not true. Green memos and white boxes are always lies. 2 realms have the same color banners. Come on, dude.
what they're going on about here. These aren't telling me shit. How many do we have to do? Oh my god. Okay. Do we have options at other keys? We can eat an apple. I know we can do that for sure. Earn 2 gems, or just do spare green room. Usually there's stuff in here, so I think it might be worth. Keys. Nada. Okay. What are we trying to get here? Okay, we could get 3 gems just by grabbing that. I'm really trying to get that, like, classroom final. So maybe we do Solarium. I don't know if I need a lot of gems for it. Rabbit's foot. Okay. Plenty of footsteps. Okay. Just trying to decide what I want to do. I believe we have an apple on one of these. Yep. Which should get us a lot of keys. 2 keys. Even in the library it said, when I was there, it said, just need to... What? Get 1 more classroom so I can take my final exam. Is that not what it said? I literally might burn all of my freaking... trophy room. What am I gonna do with those gems? Showroom. Do I have access to a lot of gold? I'm trying to remember. This is so weird.
So I want a shovel. I don't want to burn all my luck, but shoot. Maybe. Maybe I can't get it because it's the last classroom from the drafting room. Maybe that's where the issue is. So unless I get the drafting room here, I can't get it. I get it added. I could just do the freezer. Feels bad. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that last classroom I have to add it. I was thinking that just added classrooms in general to my pool, but maybe it's only existing. Okay, we could try and do freezer with the furnace. I guess that would be the other option. See if we can melt it. We're about to have a full house. Code check. Wow. Just reuse that. Oh, my luck. Awesome found. I don't know. Burning all of it doesn't feel good right now. Woof. This clock tower always shows up at the very end. Man. I don't know if I keep going. There were other rooms I wish I had grabbed earlier. Keeping lost and found, I don't know. At this point. Come so far. I can't believe the freezer hasn't even showed up. Not the freezer, but the furnace. That's rough. I don't know. I can't even spend that on that, huh? Oh, what a bummer. That was a really, really good constellation from the observatory, but now we're down to 3. We grinded all the way up there and just we burned it all today. What did we do? What did we even accomplish? We didn't get the classrooms done. I guess we got some letters in the mailroom. Right, we probably have a bunch of gold in conference room. That was the spot.
was trying to think, where do I have gold or money? It's crazy. Let's go back to library. I want to read what that said again. We'll go down to library. We'll go down to conference room, security. Oh. We could always end in the bunk room. We could get a flower down underneath. See what happens. We'll come back up here. There's so many steps, so. At least start with 41 gold tomorrow, plus. Oh, snap. I can actually melt all this. Oh, hell yeah. We can melt all this with the burning glass. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm glad we walked in here. Did not think I'd be able to do that. Upgrade disc. Okay, this doesn't feel as bad. What is back here? The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto of the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from gardening to help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do, since it was I who suggested the final location. We decided that we are going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. Denny Ravane, admin key, Revol. That's a different admin key, you know? What we had him for. Okay. So Denny Ravane helped him install. What the hell? So these are the other servers, the extra ones are just being stored in here. Not being used, I don't think, but. Okay, let's read this letter. Also got a prism key. That's crazy. Thaw only in the event of my death. Damn it, we can't get that. Simon, I had wished for you to read this letter upon first arriving at Mount Holly, but I couldn't risk the contents of these pages falling into unsympathetic hands. My personal freezer should prove quite the safe box, as all of the staff have for many years respected my wishes that it remain shut and untampered. My favorite snacks were also stored here. Holy crap. But in addition to these delicious treats, it has also for the last 20 years stored many a cryptic message and ciphered note. This nondescript cooler is, in fact, a dubious frozen postbox of chilled secrets. Have you heard of the Children of Blackwater? I have no idea how forthcoming your father has been about the details surrounding your mother's final chapter, or the role he thinks I played in that end. I have always denied involvement. To him, to the detectives, to the Crown, and now to you as well. But can I honestly say I had nothing to do with her disappearance? And yes, I speak of disappearance, not death, for I, too, cling to the hope that our fears are unfounded, and have occasionally, from time to time, caught fragments of information that bolster this belief. Fragments of information that have cost me plenty, for our country is never short of opportunists and blackmailers. Still, as I am now dead, I don't want this knowledge to be buried with me, even if that means passing the burden of these fragments onto you, even if that information may weigh even heavier on your head than the crown involved. Unfortunately, this information is a little too precious to entrust entirely to this freezer, as I'm not too confident that the sanctity of my snacks will extend beyond my life. I've always found it best to use multiple baskets when it comes to incriminating eggs. A lesson that I recently learned again when a member of my staff betrayed my confidence. Probably, Denny Ravane. I have placed 8 red envelopes in 8 even more secure locations throughout the estate, and left a hidden message for you among the art that hangs in almost every room in this house. Okay. This message is the key to unlocking these secrets, but you must be open in your interpretation, as the message itself harbors multiple double meanings and hidden entendres. One final word of guidance. The safe combinations you're seeking will not be found in writing on the estate, so I hope you haven't been wasting too much time jotting down random invoice numbers and dates. Only by deciphering the many meanings of the 44-character message can you hope to unlock its many mysteries to each their own letters. Russ Sinclair. Well, Herbert, we cracked that a long time ago, my guy, but it does help to maybe refresh the message. If we count small gates, comma, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. So the only other safe that I know of right now is in the drawing room, which I don't think I even grabbed this run, so we can't go look at it. Obviously it's a date. If we count 8. If we count small gates. Could that still be relevant to that? I don't know. It is interesting how he says that you won't find Seikone or not in writing on the estate. And to think back, what Bodor was Christmas, Office was 0303 because it was March with 3 counts. Shelter was just opened with time, based on the time, based on the date, current date. Study opened with December 08, which was the Baroness's birthday. Underpass, May 8th. No idea what that did. And then we have the drawing room. Still don't know where the other 2 are. Interesting. We have 2 stamps that I can't read. I can't. I've had 2 stamps that I can't, Good to know that this thaws this shit, though. Okay. So what can we do now? Use Denny Ravane's login. Okay, this all hasn't been a complete waste. I'll say that much. I wanted to take the final exam today. Really excited about that, guys. We had it.
Gotta get the hell out of here. This place is a cluster. Okay, I pet you. I think I only gotta pet this one now. Okay. See what happens. I'm gonna come back. I am gonna come back for you. Hopefully you are standing up. Maybe that is the key to it all. Ah, you can't have my money when I go through. My key card doesn't remind me of anything. Okay, so they just have them. Not everything that shows actually combines. Okay, let's go type in his admin password because I think that's a different one. So we can do that. Billiard room. Ooh. Speak Easy, Basic Edition. Break room. If you call it a day in break room, tomorrow you'll begin the day with a staff key card. Seems good. Or pool hall adds Great Hall, Foyer, and Secret Passage to today's draft pool. So it just adds extra halls that you can draft. I don't necessarily know about that. Break room seems interesting. What is Speak Easy? It just says Basic Edition. I think I'll do break room. Sounds good. Did I get it? I could go check it out. I don't know if it's gonna be changed today though. Okay. Let's try this student's password. And not found. Is it an L or is it an I? Capital I. Oh, it is Reva D. Oh, it's a D. I thought it was in parentheses. I'm stupid. R-E-V-A-D. I thought that was like a L with a K. Okay. So that doesn't tell me anything. Damn it, I thought this was going to be the mystery one. It looked like parentheses, and I'm tired as well. Okay, so that didn't... Thought that was going to give us... I guess... It's all... Figuring that out in the freezer? Probably should have figured that out a long time ago. Because that information in there was not, like, necessarily groundbreaking. So... Poop. How do we take the final exam? That's all I want to know. We probably can't take the final exam yet until we get the freaking last classroom added. I'm a doo-doo head, basically. That's what that means. It says, just need to draft one more classroom to take my final exam. So, schoolhouse only adds 8. I had to have the 9th in my... Should have taken that instead of solarium. Oh, big mistake. You're probably shouting at me when that was occurring in our playthrough. The last time we had the ability. Okay, well now we know. It's the last one we can even do, so I spent so much of my gold trying to, so much of my luck trying to get it, and now we're gonna be out. At least we know we can get it back pretty fast. I mean, we were up to 50, and we have lots of ways with the starfish aquarium. We have 2 starfish aquariums, we have 2 observatories, so I mean, hypothetically we can get a lot each day. So that's good to know. Okay. Just a bit of a non-understanding on my part. I also didn't grab the nursery, which I was gonna, I thought about it, but I just decided I was gonna keep trying for that classroom, or the, I was gonna try for the furnace, which we didn't end up necessarily needing to melt anything. Okay, let's go up to security. Let's have some bonus stuff tomorrow. Oh, we can't. Oh, we should have. That stinks. None of this even gets added. We have 2 stamps that we don't have a magnifying glass for. Dang it. There's just a lot of things that we did not plan properly. We also did a lot. We read that whole Blackbridge book, which, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know what it's, I don't know what its relevancy is yet. Story of the boy. I mean, maybe it has to do with what he stole, the doll basically that cursed him. I don't know. I think we have a magnifying glass again. Still can't break this wall down. Missing a lever. Ugh, we're just like a little short on so many things today. So close. Okay, let's go end our day in bunk room. That feels like the last thing we could do. We could go check the billiard room, see if it changed, but I think it won't happen until tomorrow. We could go scour for things to light on, candles to light, but oh, I was gonna check on this guy. We gonna? No. We gotta go burn some more steps and then come back and see if he's wanting to play. Perhaps. This is not changed yet. It's a pretty good house we built, though. Full house. It's actually a really good day if we just... Wish we hadn't burned all of our stars. Come on, buddy. Just you, my friend. Just you. You're the one who needs a pet. What else I gotta do? Never really noticed. What makes them want to be pet? It's a good item if we're trying to get the Mechanarium, get all 8 doors available to us. Come on, buddy. What can I do for you? I got food. I don't have any treats. Why do they change? Is it the time? Something I do? I'm not sure. He doesn't even... The thing that's interesting about this letter is he doesn't seem to know if she's actually alive or not. Which I thought he was in on the plan, but maybe he wasn't. Secure locations throughout the estate and left a hidden message for you among the art that hangs in almost every room in this house. This message is the key to unlocking the secrets. You must be open in your interpretation, as the message itself harbors multiple double meanings and hidden entendres. Multiple hidden meanings. Double meanings. There could be literal gates that we're trying to... I read this as REVA lowercase l, and then this was like parentheses, but there's no parentheses. It's literally just a D. So Denny was probably selling information to the Red Guard. They were onto him.
Is there anything I would want to do underneath? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, the only thing I could think is, we could do it real quick. Let's just take the boat across. Maybe there's some hidden candles or something, like, I don't have a shovel, but you never know if there's like a hidden dig spot down there, like. I don't know if there's anything that we would need to check over there, but. I can skip this. I've watched it many times. Well, not many times, but twice. I do like the music down here. I'm still really interested on this crack, like where that crack is. I haven't placed it yet. It's crazy. Secrets in the shade of truth. Dead end. How do we get there, Mom? Come on. And what is there? Are you there, or is there some other something else hidden there? So interesting. Just looking like if there's any drill spots, hammer spots. I come down here with something. Breadcrumbs have been left. Gotta figure out where that is. I've probably walked by it so many times and just not think about it when I... The music goes hard though.
we're gonna call it here. I don't think my brain has enough juice left to figure anything else out. I can feel we are really close to something. Something big. We've just been slightly, slightly off on a couple things. Having the right items, the right rooms drafted. I think we're close. I really want to figure out what that crack is. Where that is. So I'm gonna write that down to make sure we don't forget to keep looking for something that looks like that. Everything's tripping me out. Okay, we're gonna end in the book room. We're gonna hopefully be able to draft the tomb tomorrow or next day and see the flower down there. I don't know if that's gonna mean anything, but maybe that will change something. So until then, let's save and quit. See how we did. We had the Garden University with 7 green rooms, 8 classrooms, library, and dormitory. And we had a full house. Filled the whole house. Didn't actually go in the antechamber. That's okay. 16 items found. Pretty good day. Pretty good day. And this is a pretty long video on top of it. We played a lot of blueprints today, but if you made it this far in the video, it was a pretty long one, but I appreciate you being here, and see you guys in the next one. We'll definitely be back because we are so close to day 44 next. See ya.